All right. It's funny, my own dashboard says waiting for me. Hopefully this pops up in a second. There we go. Cool. Let's get the right scene up here. Switch to the stream stuff. I didn't plug in my monitor. Hang on. I'm going to do that. Whose bingo card had streamer didn't plug in their monitor before they started? All right, I think we're good. How's everyone doing? Hey, Sadra, Craven, Xavier. There's somebody above that too. Tish. All right. Stream appeared in your recommended, so that's good. Sweet. Wonderful. Hopefully it is a good recommendation. All right, this is... We're not going to do Snake right now. I'm in the middle of upgrading a bunch of the games that I've written over time. Let's minimize Emacs too. So things like Snake and 2048 and et cetera, et cetera. The Snake game, I think I'm going to move to Bevy ECS tile map. And I know that most of you probably don't have context for why that's interesting, but basically imagine the idea that like you either have two options, right? You can create a board struct and figure out how to render it on stream manually and do all those things and like pick the tiles and do stuff like that. Or there's a 2D tile map library called Bevy ECS tile map. And while it is more complicated than what you would come up yourself, it is also more useful than something that is super basic. Let's see if I can show an example. Also, observers have been really, really useful. So like things like spawning apples and incrementing snake lengths and stuff like that have been really useful. Or the observers APIs, the new ones have been super useful. But yeah, let's get rid of this. There's a bunch of like helpers and stuff. They have all of these relative things and whatever. All right, let's make this a little bit bigger so people can see it. This, however, is not any of those. This is a bigger game than Snake or 2048. Let's redo Zalige, I think. Zalige is, I don't know if it's Zalige specifically, but it tends to like bug out a little bit. Not bug out, bug out's the wrong word. It puts some of the escape codes in the wrong spot. Ivy, there we go. Cargo run. Yeah, basically more or less everything is on 0.14 now. There was a game of Asteroids that we did on stream that I haven't upgraded yet. Some of the demos, some of like the shader demos that I have, I haven't updated yet. But other than that, I've updated quite a bit to 0.14. The release candidate process happened for... Oh, that needs to... That sound is really loud. One day I'll need to fix that. The release candidate process was really nice because it meant that I got the ability to use a lot of this stuff ahead of time, which meant that the upgrade process went really well. Yeah, I think that the the controls feel a little weird with the isometric projection being like, this is straight up, this is straight down, left and right. It's kind of the way the projection naturally goes, but I think that straight up should still be like that, right? Like straight up should be straight up. But yeah, 0.14's porting has gone really well, honestly. It hasn't been too intense. For a lot of the simpler games, it's really just upgrading colors and things like that to the new like sRGB and color struct and things like that. Yeah. The one thing that isn't in 0.14 is smooth nudge, which is a stable interpolation that I really wanted to use. Yeah. There's very little when building Bevy games as a consumer of Bevy, there's very little like, oh no, I don't know how to do these 3 traits and 5 lifetimes and whatever bounds. It's all like, even this system right here that we're looking at, this is responsible for the camera behavior following the player. It's like effectively 4 lines, 5 lines of code. Okay, so we got a pause menu last week. Nothing actually pauses, which I'm not too concerned about. But I am very happy with the like move over, which is just a camera effect. We have, oh, you can hit yourself with that fireball, I just realized. We have like this fake little fireball thing. The collider on that needs to go lower. And health, this is all powered by observers at this point, and hooks, or the health bar, if you put a health component on one of these entities, will automatically get a health bar. I think that the health bar is definitely going to be something that we hide if it's 100% and only show if it's lower than 100. The pause menu obviously doesn't have anything in it except for this random button that doesn't work. So let's take a look at what we actually have to do. Oh, I actually probably also have my 0.14 thing that I can show. I've got this public dashboard for upgrading a couple of the things that I have in this GitHub organization to 0.14. So 2048 and Bevy Snake already have their code basically done. And then Asteroids and Blockbreaker don't have workshops associated with them, so there'll be more interesting upgrades. And then Bevy Examples is like a bunch of shaders and stuff. But I want to clean this directory up quite a bit and turn it into something that does a little bit more of like each example has a purpose from a pedagogical perspective. So let's see. We've got to do enemies or more enemies. We've got to do the character we have right now is a placeholder character. And the attacks that this character has and the actions that this character has are kind of placeholder. So I don't know that I'm actually going to have a dash. And I don't think that this kind of like weird slow moving projectile thing is going to live for very much longer. The one thing I didn't do is we upgraded to avian. And I didn't fix the player versus... Oh, that puts me off the side. That's really interesting, actually. I think I have a half a tile wrong in my calculation for the depth, which would make a lot of sense. So maybe we work on enemy attacks today or something like that. We have a couple of these little things and they're spitting out different kinds of attacks. We don't do anything if they run out of health yet. Hey Wolf, how's it going? We can close this. This is... Depth is working. Pause menu, minimally implemented. So not quite a close here. Probably not going to do cutscenes, honestly. So maybe I just close this now. Probably out of scope. And like the way I run the stream for people who are new, because I know there are new people in chat. If you have questions about Bevy or Rust or whatever, we can just go through them. This is already done. Same thing as the depth stuff. Okay, so we could do sprinting when holding X and speeding up the animation. That's going to involve changing the timers, I think. Laptop specs. I don't know what my laptop specs are. At this point, it is like slightly out of date, but not too out of date. M1 2021, so it's the first gen, 64 gigs of RAM. Apple, Mac. We did interaction events, actually. Those are working. I feel like I need to figure out a way to do some of these things without making art for them, because I keep not doing the art during the week when I say that I'm going to. Everything in this game is 2D for people who haven't seen it before. So it's a 2D isometric layout. There's a difference between the way this map shows up and the other map we have shows up, though. There's an offset that is wrong. And I think that's due to the... I don't remember how big this one is. I think I expanded it a little bit. Don't have Blender up. I don't think... my job is kind of doing educational Rust stuff. So I do Rust for YouTube things. I have my own educational site that is a subscription-based site, and then I do Rust for contracts to fill in the gaps. So Rust for things. I don't think I want to do the character render. I was hoping to get to the character animation renders before the stream, but I didn't get around to it, so we'll have to do that next week. So let's do some enemy stuff. Figure out some enemy attacks and things. Where did we put the spawning for that? I think we did it in main because I didn't have a place to put it yet. No, did we put it in punching bag? We put it in punching bag. So punching bag is where all of our health stuff is. We've got a material 2D for the health bar that we can see here on the left. Systems to update the health bar materials. So this is a shader. I don't know how to say that exactly. Basically, this is a custom material, which is just a shader with some data. And this is a color and a health percentage. So ideally, I want to do something like when this thing gets hit, it gets a red flash at some point. And then we've got a WGSL script. Yes, this is VS Code. I use VS Code on stream because it's easier for people to understand, if that makes sense. Like, if I use something like NeoVim or Emacs, then I get into the habit of pressing a lot of like hidden shortcut keys. And then people go, oh, what happened? Because you can't see it on screen. So VS Code kind of is like a limiter on the amount of that kind of stuff that I can do. And then to run stuff, I kind of, you know, type it in the command bar so people can actually see what I'm doing. Next step, porting Blender to Rust should be doable in this millennium. I mean, what? They've been around for, what, 20 years? Something like that? I don't actually even know. Instead of a health bar, can you use changing Blender animations? Yeah, we can put whatever we want here. If you remember in what I just said, it's just a shader right now. So where's our health bar shader? So if I wanted to do whatever I wanted to do in here, right? Like return vec for, let's make it, it is red already. So let's make it green. Then like I can just do that and it'll change. So like I can do whatever I want. And this could be a texture sample. This could be anything you can do on the GPU can go into that health bar. 30 years for Blender. It's a long time. I feel like it didn't start really reaching industry like Blender is a useful industry tool until the last like 5 to 10 years. I don't know. I think it's been a long time. But that's the situation with Bevy too, right? Like Bevy's only been around for 4 years. And like, has a AAA game been built in Bevy? No, for reasons. Yes, obviously. But like, who knows when that'll happen? All right, let's see. So we can do whatever we want to the health bar. I am going to leave it as a regular, like just red bar for now. But we can fully do anything. Like we could do scrolling textures, we could do animation effects, whatever. I don't know that it's particularly useful for the health bar to do like a bunch of effects or anything, but we totally can if we wanted to. And then we use component hooks for the health stuff. I'm like 50-50 on this. I like that when we insert a health component, we automatically get a health bar display for free. But this is pretty much the same as spawning it regularly. So I don't know. I think that one of the things that it'll be nice to see what Bevy does over the next like cycle for the 0.15 release and whatnot. It'll be really interesting to see what happens with bundles because they're working on a new scene format. I think BSN is the notation. So I don't know that we really need this per se, but really what this is replacing is a hierarchical bundle. In my mind, anyway. with like a default value. But this works for now. And it's nice to not have to worry about the health bar being there. Let's see. Should it be a health percentage instead of a health bar? I'm not sure what you mean by a health percentage. Blender is older than you by a few weeks. Yeah. Okay, main. Doing fireball collisions. I'm surprised that the fireball collision code didn't break when we did the avian upgrade. I mean, I'm don't get me wrong, I'm very happy that it didn't break, but this is our attack event handler. Probably don't need this to be Z index 100. See, where's punching bag? Here's punching bag. One thing that I think we might pull in Airy at some point. Airy got its 0.14 release already too. Airy being a more sophisticated relationships crate for entities. I thought they had more up top. Let's see, player inventory, items to environment, dropping items in the world, relation changes, traversing relations. Oh, you know what? Actually, bubbling is what's going to happen there. So there's a thing in the game currently where we have colliders that are children of entities. So, for example, this punching bag collider is this little circle on the ground, and the entity that is the punching bag or whatever is this capsule. So we have one entity that represents the capsule and a child entity that represents that collider. But when this collider gets hit, it would be nice to like associate that with the parent somehow instead. Which minimal bubbling observers is a PR that is open, so we won't get this until 0.15 at least. But this will allow you, if it goes in as it currently is, it'll allow you to decide which events propagate up the parent tree, which will mean that we will have to do less of that like query the child and the parent kind of stuff. Yeah, I think seeing the amount of damage that you do is important, and that's really what the health bar does, right? Amount of damage that you're doing compared to the amount of damage that they have in total. One of the things, the reason I have health bars in this game right now is because I really don't like it when I don't know how much health a thing has left. Because I end up doing things like getting to 99% and then not knowing it's about to die and making a different decision kind of thing. So punching bag, material mesh. So we can do whatever we want to that mesh. This mesh at some point is going to become like the same kind of animation that this player character is. So this player character is a 3D model rendered out for a bunch of animations to a sprite sheet. So it's a 2D sprite. So that's going to be the same thing that we do for like enemies and stuff at some point. In GTA, the car didn't have a damage bar. It used animations to show the car was going to blow up. Yeah. Also in those games, like the car hits a point at which it's going to blow up. It then like is very much past that point for a little while. Like it hits the point, it starts smoking, and then the car blows up like a couple seconds later or something. And like you're never really fighting a car, you know? Like if there's a boss or an enemy or like minions in here, you're never fighting the car, as it were. So you don't really need to know exactly how much health a car has. Also, they go for way more realism than I'm doing. Okay. So health bar, kinematic, because I think we're going to control it ourselves. I think that making them move at the moment before we do a switch out for the primary attack. Oh, that's the other thing. This little like healing animation is definitely let's do that actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I want this to spawn like a sphere on the ground or something like that. In GTA 1, you're mostly fighting other cars. Oh, the top-down version from like ages ago? Yeah. Yeah, you're good, Steve. Don't worry about it. I'm just in yap mode because the camera's pointed at me. Okay, I need to stop switching tasks. So this child could be a hook, but I don't think that that is a good thing to do. Let's do an enemy that hits the player, because the player doesn't have any concept of health right now. So if we're going to do this, we're going to probably want a state machine for each of the characters. And I'm just thinking the way we're doing that right now for the player is with some hooks and with seldom state. I don't inherently dislike seldom state, so I think we'll continue using it. But that does mean we need to like come up with a bunch of state machines. So let's go back to punching bag, I guess. And this is basically just the health stuff. Do we want a different module for the state machine? have you done any linear algebra vector dot product math for this game? Not really. Okay, so this is probably going to have an idling state. It's not really doing anything during the idling state. The current frame insert here I would love to get rid of. But that's fine. What kind of attack do we want to do? Probably like just lasers putting out from it or something, right? And the other thing is that we could probably use Leafwing to do input control for the state machine as well. I don't know if we want to. Let's see, input. So we've got this input map, and Leafwing is mostly an input map controller. We do want a way to like manually put the enemy in different states. So it's not going to be as interactive as the player is. So a lot of the triggers that we have here are like when dash is pressed, for example. Which I think we could recreate this action set and then insert actions in terms of priority. Like if the player gets in a certain radius, the lasers turn on, and if not, then they don't, kind of thing. But we also don't need a state machine for that either. So let's start off with something a little bit different and do punching bag, yada, 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 spawning that in. States. This code is not well organized at the moment, if you can't tell. Let's do pubmod health and move all of this extra stuff into health. And I think we need to change something there. But it's still running, which makes me nervous. Oh, no, it's not running. Perfect. in main. What are we using take damage for in here? Oh, it's our trigger. This should be take damage event. I've started naming everything as events when I use observers and whatnot. Health. That's the material. Pub struck take damage. Let's change this to take damage event. And then main. And this comes in from health now. So we've got health plugin, which puts all the systems that we need in and the observers and whatnot. We've got health new, which sets the amount of health on the punching bag. We've got take damage event, which causes the damage to happen to the punching bag. And then what I want to do is if we do the seldom state approach, then we need to define the states, and I tend to, I guess in the hooks we could do that too, now that I think about it. I was thinking about the current frame in the systems. So in our, not in our triggers, but in our player, we have a state machine, and whenever we enter a new state, I'm inserting this current frame. I would like to just do this for everything. But the any state transition was not working when I tried it. So instead of doing anything fancy, let's do another spawn on the punching bag to start out with. And do like a player detection sensor. What are we doing today? Just working on the game. 2D isometric game. Nothing too serious. Let's see. Guess we can just keep adding child, right? Right now what I'm doing is building up a little bit of the little punching bag that I have in the level. And making some like attacks and stuff. I think the way that I'm going to do it right now is I'm going to put a circle around the punching bag and use that as a sensor. So when the player triggers the sensor, the enemy will attack or be able to attack, that kind of thing. And we'll use that for determining like what kind of attack the, you know, punching bag gives back. So player detection sensor, collider, sensor, I believe is still what these are called in Avian. Damageable is not what I want because that is not the damageable. Yeah, basically a dummy enemy for building out some stuff. There's this concept of like, so everything's 2D isometric, and there's this offset that I keep using for putting the colliders on the ground. And I feel like I don't have a good solution for that right now. I'm just kind of like offsetting them. So this ellipse, let's make this gigantic, right? So like 150 by what? 75? Sensor, player detection. This should just show up now at least, which will be step one. So now basically, I don't know that that's big enough for what we want to do right now. Let's make it bigger. You think like double the size? We are going to need collision layers at some point because these sensors are going to start triggering each other the more that I put on the screen. But this will work. So if you're inside of this circle, then this thing will... Oh, did I not put it in the right spot? It does. It looks off-center, doesn't it? I think this is a perennial problem for me. I actually can't visualize the isometric projection very well. I think that's fine. So if you're in this area, then maybe this thing does a... like... ground pound would be the wrong word, but it hits this area for an attack. That's great. I'm a big fan of splitting the develop up into tiny sub-problems. Yes. So the big thing for this project right now is I've been using a bunch of... wow, that looks really chunky for some reason. I wonder if it's because of the sensor. I've been using a bunch of blockout, like level design and stuff. The elements that you see here are all rendered from Blender these days. So like this gateway and whatnot. These blocks and the floor are all Blender renders into a custom tile set. But before this, we were using... Oh, I'm not even going to be able to click on it easily, am I? Before this, we were using a different map. Which is actually not terribly hard for me to show. I just need to get to the assets. The other thing is that I don't have runtime switching of the levels right now. So we were blocking it out using this stuff. And you can see here, like, the sensor works when I run onto it. For this, I believe we were doing an interaction. So if the raycast hits the collider and you also hit a button, then it works. I've disabled the kinematic collisions, so that's why we can run through these fences and stuff. There's like a water shimmery shader on the ground, but the way that I did the like fake water disturbance means that if you run, it actually shakes faster, or looks like it's shaking faster anyway. So I have to like undo that. Um, and then the big problem was these tiles are pretty big. So what you want to be able to do is run behind these walls like this, right? But you want to be in front out here. And with the size of the tiles that I'm using, which I can show at the bottom because I have a little debug thing, this is the size of a single tile. So if you are above the center or below the center, everything worked fine. But that is it. So it was only working for things that were tile sized. And you can see here that I have this like 4-post sprite setup. This is one sprite. So the issue then was, do I make the tiles significantly smaller and thus the art has to chop up into significantly smaller pieces? Or do I fake the depth? And I chose to go on a side quest to implement depth in 2D, which is what we see in the other level. I think I'm going to swap out that main menu font too. So now, when you run through like an archway, because we're rendering the depth texture out, it can tell per pixel what should be in front of what else, which means that each of these arches is one image, and I can run in between the middle of that image, which is very cool. But it does mean like a lot of this art is like block out level. So I need to, the big thing holding this project back, I think, is the having a solid art workflow and doing a bunch of the artwork that needs to be done. Okay, so we've got player detection sensor. This is a punching bag. We'll say that this is what? Do we need a special marker component on the sensor? Like, we could label this with detect player, right? And I am in lib, so this is going to be awkward. Let's put it in punching bag, I guess. Pub struct detect player. This is just going to be a marker component. And we're going to build out effectively like a system that will detect whether the player is inside of this or not. Is that the way we want to do that? Let me check the avian docs. I don't know if anything has changed. So avian is the progression of Bevy XPBD. Component marks a collider as a sensor, also known as trigger. Yep, exactly what we want. Sensor collision events. Yep. Do we still have colliding entities? Is that... The other thing is this doesn't need to go on the punching bag per se. It could go on like a static item in the scene as well. Creating the depth textures from textures seems like the hardest part. It was definitely some custom work. So there's a PR actually that does depth. This specifically is the big chunk of the functionality that I needed. So it implements a depth buffer for 2D. And all a depth buffer is like, if you're not familiar with it anyway, is it's like a PNG where one color means far away and one color means close, and the values are 0 to 1. So it ends up showing as like a grayscale image. And when you're rendering, you can render whatever you're rendering into the scene. And when it renders into the scene, it sets its own depth as a 0 to 1 value. And that's how the GPU will tell whether to render a pixel or not for a bunch of overlapping sprites. So we can hijack that to do what Emmy was just talking about. Or we have like elements like this in our map, right? And like this archway, you can't actually tell because it's very subtle, but there's a value from 0 to 1. Let's look at the other one. This one's a lot easier to see. This one's also easier to see. So we've got this box. I've got a value from 0 to 1 representing like how deep it is on a tile. And then we put all these together. And that is definitely the hardest part in terms of getting it actually correct. So for sensors, I don't think Avian is like firing well, it is firing events for sure. Colliding entities is I think really what I want. So we effectively want this system. Let's do Avian, use Avian 2D. I think it's Prelude. Some things don't use Prelude. So let's do player detection, I guess. And then we need to limit this query to just the player sensor. We also need a query for the player. You still think the depth image should be with values outside of 0 to 1 range? I think that you are right when it comes to the value in the game. So the way I understand it is that, for example, Bevy uses a reverse Z, which I think Godot just did a blog post on. Because they were like, hey, sorry, we broke your shader. So reverse Z is what Bevy uses as well. Godot just switched to it, I guess. But what it means is that like one is at the camera and increasingly negative numbers are further away, but it centers the biggest ability to store data around 0 in the F32. So you get higher precision for things that are, you know, need higher precision, and then things that are really fucking far away have less precision, right? So you're right. Inside of the game world, if you were doing, say, like a 3D game, you would have numbers from, in that context, 1 to negative infinity. But let's see, WGPU. Bevy is not what I want. I want WGPU. On the GPU, the depth is a number from 0 to 1. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it in these docs, so I'm not going to look too hard for it. But fundamentally, when you are writing the value inside of the depth, so in this case, it's going to be like material tile map. We've got frag somewhere in here. So this frag depth is a built-in, so we get it for free because the depth texture is attached to the pipeline and whatnot. And this depth value has to be a number from 0 to 1. So you have to convert from what you have into a 0 to 1. And my understanding is that is true regardless. So you're right. In the application, when you're thinking about like 3D models and meshes and where they sit in a scene, that is a number from 1 to negative infinity. But the depth value inside of the shader when you're setting the value is 0 to 1. Yes, I would also have to switch to OpenEXR. I am actually not against doing that, though. I think if it would help, I would do it. I don't know that I care, but I might try it at some point. So what's the right way to do player detection? I think that I have too many use cases for player detection. I would love to have them all not be different. Can we... I think they all just have to run all the time, which isn't really a problem. I'm just thinking about like, how do we trigger the attack in the most usable way? But maybe I'm thinking too far ahead of myself. I'm over abstracting before I've even written the code. So we've got query, colliding entities. We used detect player. So we'll do a filter for with detect player. Do I make this a plugin? I don't know yet what this is going to look like. The one thing that I do really like about using plugins, right? So let's call this player detection plugin. The one thing I really like about using plugins is that everything in a file, I know where it was added. So if I want to look for where this function is being added to the application, I don't have to like go search for it. It's just always going to be here at the top of the file. And that does present some like issues, because then how do you order things and whatnot, and you have to potentially understand how to create custom schedules for doing that ordering. Run if in state. I think we have app state in this app. In game. I guess this should really only run if we're not paused, right? Would this not be nicer as a function plugin? I see you too have been reading the Bevy Discord. The final value is in the range 0 to 1 after the calculation with the camera. Not with the frustum. The frustum is responsible for like blocking out everything outside of the camera render view. So the depth doesn't really affect the frustum. Like imagine the frustum as being like the viewport, right? Like it's your monitor view into the scene. The default for camera 2D for the near and the far values is, if I remember correctly, negative 1,000 to 1,000. You're right. I mean, I have, but not because of this. Oh, are you just? There was a discussion in a couple of channels about because the Bevy Game Jam people are working on, or the working group for the Bevy Game Jam is doing a template, and they are using like function plugin things and whatnot. And their arguments are basically, oh, it's nicer, right? It's like one less level of indentation and, you know, some less typing. And I don't particularly agree with that. I understand why people would want functions, and I definitely wouldn't want to remove that functionality from Bevy. Because if you like it, then use it. But it is a strictly less useful version of the implementation, right? Because we can't do any configuration. So if I write this as a function plugin, and then I have to rewrite it to do like any kind of configuration or whatever, then I have to do more changes. And I like having this at the top of the file, honestly. I like having, hey, this is where I'm adding everything. But I'm not against, it's not add system, it's add systems. I'm not against function plugins. For anybody that isn't aware, you can write plugins like this. Let's see, player detection plugin is what it would look like. And I think you still get mute app. And then you can do like app.add systems or whatever. Right, so, and then this also works as a plugin, but it looks different than every other plugin as well. So in the place where we add all of our plugins, you'll see all of these are like capital T struct plugins. And if we added it in here, it would look like this, which like looks like we're adding a system to the set of plugins, which feels really weird. So both ways are completely valid. The function way, you don't get access to as much stuff. Like there are additional pieces of functionality here, like ready and finish and clean up and shit like that. And whether the plugin is unique or not, which you don't get access to if you write it as a function. And then you also don't get access to like any fields inside of the player detection struct. So I prefer to just talk about the plugin implementation because especially when I'm teaching, I don't have to teach two different ways and be like, oh, but this way can't do half of the stuff that you would want to. But you can build a generic way to do function plugin on top of the straight struct trait plugin system. Oh, function plugins already work, to be clear. Like that is just a thing that works. But you lose out on functionality. Frustum is a pyramid with the top cut off with the plane. You know, yes, it is. You say things with depth smaller than near and bigger than far or cold, but I don't think that the depth of the frustum is related to the depth of the GPU. Like they're related in the sense that like if you have a 3D scene and the Z index is really far away and it's outside of the frustum, it won't get shown. And that has an impact on the value inside of the GPU, but the value for like the negative 1002 thing that's outside of the frustum way back there, like negative 1002 is not what you're going to put in as the frag depth inside of the fragment shader. Which I think is what you're saying, reading your second message. Player detection. Entity colliding entities. Query player. This can be singled. There's a discussion going on currently about whether single should be a result returning function or not. I think everybody agrees that it mostly should be. The only hold back from making that kind of change is that there is no way to use like the question mark in a system, which makes it a little bit awkward. But especially when I'm doing this and I expect there to be like one thing or something, right? So let query player dot get single, right? I guess this is just warn. Can't detect player if there is no player. And then we just return here. I always think these are options and then have to rewrite it to results. I don't know why my brain works like that. So in that case, we do this and then we do that and then we do oh, this is every entity, so that's fine. Whatever. And we want info here. And Z-buffer usually black means far clip plane or further away, and white means near clip plane or closer. Yes. All the shades of gray mean inside the frustum. Technically, yeah. If you have the camera at Z0, near and far, negative 1,000, 1,000, then things outside that range are not shown. Yes, very true. If you change the Z of the camera to 100, then, for example, the range becomes negative. Yes. That sounds right. Okay. This. Let's get this into our system. The other thing, speaking of the function plugins, the thing that I see the function plugin in the Bevy template doing is something like this. Where everything is named plugin constantly. And I have to say that I don't particularly love that. I know that that's not a requirement if you use function plugins. Like you could do whatever you want, name it whatever you want, but having everything be named plugin is weird. As opposed to having it like a postfix, I guess, feels less weird. Because everything else has postfix too, like events, for example. So player detection, let's see this run. Got music stuck in my head that I can't play. Create punching bag, detect player in main. Oh, right, because did I make that public? Yes. So this is constantly finding entities that it's colliding with, right? There is an entity that is the same thing as the punching bag. So like right at the center there. If I move the player in, we get the player. So I guess the player is entity 37. So we can do player detection super simply like that. I haven't been concerned about collision layers, but the more collisions we add, the more we're going to want to care about it. You have an entity that is a cube with sides length 5 at Z100, and the position is at the center of the cube. Closest fragment should be 97.5 and the furthest at 102.5. And the image would have values from... Oh, you mean like attempting to make the image a world space value? Is that what you're trying to say? Or like a camera relative, how do I say this? Cube is at 100. Where's the camera? Camera is 100. So length 5, 2.5 on either side. Then the image would have values from negative 2.5 to 2.5. Technically, yes. So what is the implication there then? Like if it's negative 2.5 to 2.5, that is the in-game like Z index effectively, right? Whereas the shader has to go the normalized value. Okay, so this proves we're going to need collision layers at some point, for sure, because we don't want this to constantly be doing that. Oh, yeah. Position of entity is in the world, and the depth image would have the change from the center of the object. That is what I have. Just to be clear. So if we look at this, this is a number from 0 to 1 from front to back for a tile width, if that makes sense. So like bottom here is 0 and bottom in the back is 1, which is just like not really depth from the camera, but depth from like a tile view, like a 2D kind of depth. And what I do in the calculation is I do the 0.5 minus that value, right? So you end up with a value from negative 0.5 to 0.5 for the depth for a tile width and height, because the tile height is known. Or the tile, yeah, height is the wrong word for that. There's a lot of things I could be referring to. But the tile, like virtual depth is known, right? Because this is a 256 by 512 total. So the tile on the floor is, can you send me this so I can annotate the box specifically? Yeah, I can do that. I'll throw it into Discord. Let me make sure my Discord shows up on this screen and not. But yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Like, I'm just treating one tile size as that coordinate. What the hell happened? Oh. It always freaks me out when Discord like does 15 updates, then disappears, then does another 15 updates, then disappears, and does another 15 updates, and then launches the application. Why can't I right click? Okay, good. I don't understand what was happening there, but I couldn't right click on VS Code for some reason. Let's see. I view sprite depth. I'll just send each of them. The position of the tile is at the center of the tile, right? Not bottom center, bottom left, right? Exactly. Yes. That's what I'm... So like, if you look at the floor one that I sent, that is the better approximation of exactly what the tile size is. This is the tile. Like this is a one-to-one correlation with the tile map. And right at the center is effectively the position at which like the shader will need the data. Like everything in the Bevy ECS tile map rendering uses the center of the tile position as the place to put this. And then there's some shenanigans in the ECS tile map, because while the tile size is technically 256 by 128, which is just to the top of this tip, we clearly have like 4 times the space that we need, which is how we get the height and overlapping. So the depth calculation is mostly front to back on this tile using the tile center. And anything that goes vertical is kind of still at that position, if that makes sense, and from an XY perspective. So I actually don't think I have the original render. Maybe I do somewhere. I do not have it available. I would have to re-render it out, which is fine. I could do that, but it's not that important at the moment. Basically, I can do actual depth from Blender. The problem with actual depth from Blender is that it normalizes to the object in the scene, and I haven't figured out a way to do actual Z depth from the camera in Blender rendered out to like an EXR file or something, where it's normalized to the tile space. So I basically have like more or less 2 options. I can either normalize it to the tile size and know what the calculation has to be, or if it's normalized to the size of the entity that just happens to exist, then I have to have like width and height compared to the tile as information to do the depth calculations. Because I'm basically faking that Z depth, right? It's a 2D thing, not a 3D thing. Okay, detect player sensor. This happens. When this happens, what do we want to do? We probably want to kick this into a different state. So I think we do want that state machine stuff. I am not... How do I say this? I'm not in love with how verbose the state machine for the player is. It doesn't make it easier to write more state machines. Would it be easy to make the capsule chase the character when in the boundary? Absolutely. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that like super easy. Let's just do that. Why not? We already have that logic actually. You remember the camera behavior and the lerp factor and follow? I don't think I want to reuse this component, but this is the same logic. Do I want to use the same component? I feel like the components that power the camera following the player and the components that power enemies following the player are probably worth keeping separate. What do I call this? NPC follow player? I guess. So this is with NPC follow player. Without player, this is not camera behavior. This is NPC follow player. This is not a query for the camera. This is a query for what? The NPC parent, right? So we'll get back to this in a second. Let me comment that out, I guess. Player query, not without camera. This will be without something else at some point. We just need the transform for the player. See, we're doing single here, which we talked about earlier. This will panic, but yeah, I try to do less and less of this. So let's refactor this. Can't follow a player that doesn't exist. Return. I think that for some of these, I've been using error for this kind of thing, but I think it's actually warning. I think I want to keep error for something that is like truly, truly wrong and not just a system that is running that doesn't necessarily have to work. It definitely needs to be two components. You do not want the NPC chasing the player to follow but stay at the same constant distance of the player. Yes. The behavior, so the system, will definitely be different even if the component is the same, right? So a camera with the follow component on it will have its own system controlling the camera behavior with the follow component on it. If a NPC had a follow component on it, theoretically, which we're not going to do, you could write a different system that queries for just the NPCs that has different behavior for how that following happens. So we can reuse the same component because it's just a marker component, right? It's just a label that like, hey, follow the player or whatever. But the systems that operate on different entities can be different. I'd also say that if there are two players, yeah. I don't currently plan on there being two players. This game in particular, I am avoiding multiplayer. I'm avoiding like couch co-op and stuff as well. I think if I was planning to make this multiplayer, I would have started with two players in the scene. Because otherwise it would have broke. I like, you know? But the problem with get single is that is 0 is an error case and 2 is an error case, which don't necessarily mean the same thing. Like 0 could be, I don't know, we despawn the player to go teleport them or something. Usually prefer to loop even if there's only one expected as there's no harm. Yes, I love that approach. I tend to prefer looping as well, but I start doing this when I have multiple loops happening. Not that it's a problem from like a performance perspective, but just from a clarity perspective. This system was written with the intention of there really only being one player. Query player, let's query. This is not going to be that. The other thing is that we don't have smooth nudge, and smooth nudge would be really nice to have. So I might actually end up creating a file and just importing smooth nudge and vendoring it. Direction delta. This is not camera lerp factor. Let's just call this lerp factor. And then the query needs to be for Let's say punching bag, probably, right? Probably doesn't matter that it's punching bag, though. We don't need the projection. Do we actually need the entity? No, we don't need the entity either. We only need the transform. So for transforming query, get the player position and lerp to the player. This is maybe not exactly the logic we want. I think that this is effectively controlling like the speed of the enemy through how far you are away. So probably not something that we actually want the behavior to run exactly like this. Let's do player detection, NPC follow player in game, and see if I blindly wrote that code correctly. From an indentation perspective, it would be hell. For I don't know that that's true for the whatchamacallits. Okay, let's get rid of this info for the moment so that we don't bug out. And let's do transform without player with NPC follow player, which is not on the actual thing here. So this needs to be here. And I don't think I made this public either. I did. I feel like there's almost two levels of complexity working with the Bevy, like whole ECS component systems, etc. One of them makes things like really trivial, right? Like I feel like throwing a component onto an entity to have it follow a player is like the most trivial of behaviors. So it's definitely following the player now. It's unfortunately also speeding up as you know, the player gets away and whatever. But I don't know what it should do when it gets to the player either. So like adding the ability to follow a player is honestly absolutely trivial in this system. Like anything with the component has its transform affected like in a way that needs to follow the player. Done. I think the other side of the complexity is when you think about things as collections of all of these behaviors, you have to then break them down and write them. Transform.lerp direction, delta seconds, lerp factor. Do we... This is lerping it to the player exactly. So probably if we were going to do a follow, it would be A, slower, right? And B, oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't make it so that the component is added when we enter the circle, which would make it a lot more reasonable. So let's do that. Let's do, this is not inserted by default. So let's remove that. And then in our player detection, I'm thinking about whether I want to continually insert this or not. Time for pathfinding? Yes, we will do pathfinding at some point. I think that there's actually... I don't know how to pronounce this. VLEUE. My French is not good enough. So anyway, this is a demo of the crate that I would like to use for pathfinding stuff. That is literally a navigator. I don't want a Lincoln navigator. GitHub. There we go. So this uses some stuff that I am actually relatively unfamiliar with. There's a couple of papers that are linked here. Something called Pollyanna, which I am not really familiar with, so I can't really talk about that well. But it's two crates. One is Pollyanna, which I think is the pathfinding crate, and the other one is a higher level API, if I understand correctly. But yeah, we could do a whole build up, etc. And then I think that this crate is the one that I will use for that stuff when I get around to it. Total rabbit hole. Yeah, it's something that I need to look into, I think probably off stream. Otherwise it's going to be, well, I don't know that that's true, but I want to integrate it with Tiled, right? Like I want it to just work, so to speak. So TBD on how that would actually get implemented. Okay, so entity, colliding entities, player. Let's do colliding entities dot, what are we going to do? Contains player. And then if contains player else. I don't know when we want to add this and when we don't want to add this. So I'll start with commands entity player dot insert npc follow player. And I guess we can do commands dot remove, right? Dot entity player dot remove npc follow player. We don't have commands here, so mute commands. This probably is a reference. Nope. What is the issue here? That's interesting. Colliding entities contains. Is it not a list of entities? I thought it was a hash set of entities. Oh, you expected a reference? I guess that is a hash set. So that probably is just an exposing of the hash set function. That makes sense. So I think realistically, this player detection is probably something that I want to make generic. Let's see, colliding entities contains player. Let's do a couple of infos here. So let's just sanity check. Query for entity that has colliding entities on it, because I didn't put colliding entities on this. I know that Avian is starting to do things like auto insert different components now that observers and hooks are in. I do believe that that is not currently our problem. let's see, RG colliding entities. It does look like that's the way that I'm doing it. Yeah, well, that's detect player. That's not what I want. Colliding entities, colliding entities, colliding entities. It looks like I'm not adding it to the player, honestly. There it is. Source IV main 652. That is this one. Okay, so it looks like to me like we don't have to add it. It looks like Avian adds it for us. Otherwise, we would have other stuff that was broken. Why worry about collision here at all and not just go by distance? I think in my mind, what is the trade-off? The trade-off is either we always calculate distance to the player for the enemy, or when it gets inside of the range, then we add a component that triggers some behavior. I feel like adding components is more flexible. I don't have a strong reason for choosing one or the other at the moment because, you know, the behavior here is pretty simple. If we were doing distance detection, the distance detection would have to happen all the time whenever there's a player and that other thing in the scene for everything that existed in the scene. And I think that's fine. But we would have to store that distance in a component. So we would have to store the radius of the circle in that component. And then we'd basically be doing ad hoc collision anyway. I don't have a strong reason, right? Like I don't have a reason to choose one or the other than the fact that it feels to me like doing the sensor gets me, for example, debugger output by default. Not debugger output. What I mean is gizmos. Like when I put a sensor here, I can now see this sensor because I have the physics debug stuff turned on. If I did not have this sensor, I would have to implement my own gizmos to do like range detection or whatever, which is fine. It's not that hard. And I think the distance calculation is also not that hard. I think that the player entering and leaving the distance would probably end up being like an observer trigger. Oh, no, you mean when you query for the component directly when you actually need it instead of beforehand? Yeah, but wouldn't that just need to run all the time? Like you're saying, put it here. And instead of using the sensor, use distance from player to entity. So the other thing that I'm thinking of, honestly, the reason I went with sensors in my head is that sensors can be reused for other things as well. So let's say you have stationary turrets next to a door that the player needs to get through, right? And you want those turrets to fire at some time, right? I think placing sensors on the ground is more flexible than doing distance calculations. Whether that's like correct and the right thing to do or not, up in the air. But I can definitely see something where like I want something to be able to see the player in a certain area but not other areas. And sensors and colliders will allow me to do that, whereas a distance calculation kind of locks me into a circle. Code reuse of a tested code space is good enough reason for you. Yeah, I mean, I was using Bevy XBBD for like just colliders before Bevy had more shapes. And I think I will continue to do that because the collider support is richer. I don't know that that will always be true, but that's true for the moment. So the answer is I don't really have a strong reason for why collision versus distance. I think collision is probably more reusable and more flexible. But I don't necessarily need that flexibility either. So like, shrug. Is observer referring to the observer pattern? Observer is referring specifically, when I talk about it in Bevy, I'm not referring to the pattern, I'm referring to the API. And, you know, I'll leave it to other people to discuss whether this is actually the observer pattern under the hood or not. I don't really care. But when I say observer and I'm talking about Bevy, what I mean is literally observer, like what you're looking at right here. An observer, which is a concrete struct that does a thing, not a pattern. Okay, so we are not doing the detection here correctly. The other thing is we might not want colliding entities. We could also just do this on events. But colliding entities seemed like the straightforward way to do it for the moment. I think events probably make more sense because, you know, inserting and removing components via hash set feels a little weird. Okay, but the query is wrong. So query entity with detect player. No, that's with detect player. That's the wrong system. Query transform. Yeah, no, that's the right system. Never mind. Sorry. Query entity colliding entities, right? This should exist with detect player. Do I have detect player on the punching bag? I do have detect player. So this with detect player colliding entities on the sensor should work. The player query is entity with player, which should also work. Unless I have really messed something up. Yep. So we've got player here. This is not on the player collider, which I think is where we're getting hung up. The interesting thing about the way that we're doing this right now, and the interesting thing about the implications that has for the entity structure that we're using, is that I've started using this pattern where we have the entity and then we have colliders as children, which is fine for the most part, except sometimes I want to communicate data back up and sometimes I want to communicate data down. And it's not super ergonomic to do that. Also, this should be a splat. Ad hoc refactoring. So the player collider then already has a marker component, and we don't want with player, we want with player collider, because we're looking for the player collider interacting with the sensor, not the player itself. And this kind of thing might be why I reach for Airy fairly soon. So it does not contain, contains. What just happened there? Oh, I'm modifying the wrong transform. It's kind of hilarious, honestly. Bugs. Okay. So query entity player, query entity colliding entities. Entity colliding entities contains insert player is not what we want. We want. Oh, also, how did I write this? I wrote this with query transforms that have NPC follow player will follow the player, right? So this is not actually supposed to be on the player. This is supposed to be on the entity. If the player is in range, then unfortunately I'm inserting this on every single frame, but not really my biggest deal. This is awkward. I feel like I'm pushing a giant boulder. Okay, so that's wrong. That's wrong because I'm doing the same thing in the other direction, I think. So I need parent. I'm totally open to renaming this. Absolutely, 100%. I will rename this right now if we have a better name for it. So NPC following player, entity colliding entities, parent. And this is the part that makes me a little bit nervous about the setup. We have this kind of like implicit hierarchy for where the movement code needs to apply to and stuff like that. So the colliders are children that are interacting, and then we need to propagate what actually happens up to the parent. And I don't love having ambiguous like parent-child names here. I think that I want something a little bit more abstracted. I think I want something like no matter where this collider is placed, it's associated with this other thing. And I think Airy will help us do that in the future. Because otherwise, it's just kind of like, oh, a parent and a child, and then things will silently fail because there's a parent or child or targeted in the wrong place or whatever. Actually, your preferred way of doing this would be a generic following system or set of systems where you have a following entity component to follow the other entity. That's not a bad idea. That makes more sense, honestly. I think we still run into the issue of like this needs to follow the right thing, or we need to trigger it anyway. So let me get this to work, and then we'll refactor to do the more generic version, because that I think is right. Because then the following system doesn't need to know whether it's the player or not. It'll just follow. Let's see, parent. And I guess yeah. Following entity is implicit relation for sure. So that is not query player. That is query player collider. Colliders, which could be multiple. I'm not going to refactor it now. I'm just going to leave myself a note that I wrote it wrong. The question being, how do we trigger it? I guess the trigger system needs to know it's a player, but the following system can operate with generic behavior. So we need the player. Regardless. So we'll go entity with player, because this is the parent. This needs to be this. Yeah. This is query. There. This is. And then this will be like set intersection later. So then we have the player entity, right? So we'll use that for later. The generic way that can be in a separate plugin or even crate sounds better. Yeah. Oh, you mean for the pathfinding stuff? Yeah. That would make sense. I will take a look at the depth after we do the following stuff. Thank you for the annotations. I did see the message. Okay, so parent, not NPC following player, colliding entities contains this. Commands entity insert entity following player on the parent. Oh, it's get. I always forget. Like, I always think parent is like a single element enum, but I don't think it is ever. I think it's get is the right thing here. You know, NPC following player in punching bag. Okay. Following. Okay. Main. Follow. This doesn't need to be here because we're not even using it. So we're going to solve that import issue by not importing it anymore. Huzzah. Okay, so it doesn't contain. And now it chases. Run away. And then if you get out, it stops. With the size of this, there is no way to get out. With the size and speed, you're barely able to get away. That's not an attack exactly, but okay, so that's working, which is fun. Punching bag. I think I'm gonna fill up my water, so you're gonna get a chair stream for a second, and I will be back in a couple seconds. I will say high recommend having a water dispenser, like one of those big jug things. Okay, so this works. It is not the way that I would do it forever, given our conversations here. To make this a more generic something you're doing, you created 2 asset loaders with Ron as the extension, and one of them registers some of the other labeled assets. Yeah, overlapping asset loaders. I think that the solution to that, as far as I've been able to tell, is to use these little, let's see, I have one here that I can show off. To use like pre-extension extensions, if that makes sense. It probably doesn't. Where is my JSON file? Fonts, floors, examples, depth, sprite, .meta, this. So the file name here is .iv.animation.json. And realistically, this is just a JSON loader. But to differentiate it from all other JSON data, I had to do like a different file extension. And I think that this is the only solution because Bevy relies on file extensions as a fallback. Like, for example, if you're using Bevy Asset Loader, I believe it falls back to file extension. And I think the Bevy assets themselves rely on file extension in certain ways. I think this is the only way to guarantee that you get the right loader at the right time to basically prefix the extension. At least it's the only way that I've found, which doesn't mean it's the only way. It just means it's the only way that I've found. If shouldn't run every frame. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like it should be possible to do a type hint and get the right loader. And I think that is true to an extent. I just don't think it's true for all environments and all APIs. And that's what I was saying about fallbacks. I don't think it's the primary behavior cause. I think that the way Bevy falls back to picking a loader is via file extension. And I don't love it, but yeah. The JSON thing I was talking about, I'm using Bevy common assets for the JSON loading. I assume you're doing something. No, you created your own asset loaders for Ron. I think Bevy common asset might have a Ron too. But JSON asset plugin, the type is given to that, and then you give it the file name. Especially because Bevy asset loader uses the untyped loader API. So that's the other issue, especially if you're using Bevy asset loader. Because Bevy asset loader has to handle all different kinds of files and stuff, the way this is implemented internally is using untyped APIs. So because these are untyped in Bevy Asset Loader's world, not world the type, just like inside of Bevy Asset Loader's context, because this is using the untyped API, it falls back to the extension. And there's actually no way currently that I'm aware of to hint to Bevy Asset Loader that it should load something as a specific type. Especially for custom asset loaders. Makes you think of how you load SQL files, but database records contain reference to other blobs that are GLTF and also need to be loaded. Yeah, the bins. You're loading SQLite files that contain blobs that are GLTF? That's wild. That's very cool, but it's also wild, you know? Okay, punching bag, states, health. So following is probably going to get a couple of upgrades over time. We're going to go from the current behavior to the generic behavior. And then from that generic behavior, probably to the navigation map approach. Not going to do that all today, but that's probably the path that it's going to take in terms of upgrading. The other thing that I want to do is not necessarily trigger a follow, but trigger an attack. So I'm going to leave the suboptimal implementation. Ooh, this is directly adding following player, right? Okay, so this is what I want to kind of be aware of. It's just a way of packing assets right. Kind of surprised there's no accepted widespread crate for that, for the SQLite with blobs. Yeah, I guess it's just a way of packing assets at the end of the day. You can do, I actually do have an example, I think. What project was that? I think that was Asteroids. So Asteroids we built on stream, and there is, or mostly on stream anyway, and there's Kenny assets in here because Kenny does sprite sheets. And the sprite sheets come in a specific format with XML and whatever. And I wrote this loader back when the APIs were newer. And I think this does multiple asset loading. So in this case, we've got a PNG image, which we load direct and then create more data from. And what we end up with here is actually, I think, the layout and the image loaded. So you get this struct at the end that has the textures, a handle to the image sheet that was separately loaded. And then the texture atlas layout. So I do think those APIs exist because you can load things directly or indirectly and then keep them around or not. I don't know that they're particularly well developed, but they do exist. So the question here is, we probably want events at a higher level than just collision. The player coming within range event effectively is what this is. Which makes me feel like this should be rewritten to use the collisions and fire on the entities. that you're trying to pay attention to. So let's go to avian, I guess. Not this. Maybe this. Are there examples in here yet? Crates, 2D, examples. Oh, CCD, we have that now? CCD being continuous collision detection. Speculative predicts. This is the rotational one, right? Gravity, physics, CCD. This is going to be really useful. CCD didn't exist in XPBD as far as I'm aware. So that's swept. Looks like it's just going to be a component. That's dope. I really appreciate that. Swept. Is it all swept? Anyway, this is not something that I need to look at right now. But continuous collision detection is going to be really useful. Fast moving objects won't skip across things. Custom collider, chain 2D, fixed joints, shapes, marbles, one-way platforms, sensors. Let's look at sensors. Let's look at platforms for fun. I don't see events. Events is really what I was looking for. Collision layers, custom colliders. What is the avian 2D events situation? Collision events? Maybe collision events don't exist anymore? What are they now? Collision events. If the reporting plugin is enabled, following collision events are sent to each frame. Collision started and ended. So we can listen to collision started and collision ended for these following things. Have the capsule shoot at the character and follow. I don't know if I'm going to do shooting. I think I'm going to do an attack that is like a ground pound currently. The way it's working right now, if you have 100 entities observing collisions and a collision occurs, do all entities trigger the observer, or do you have to filter to only the ones involved or not? What do you mean by do you mean the game that we currently have, or do you mean observers in Bevy in general? You used to have a load path, like, wow. I think the labels do work. You can definitely do custom labels like that. And you still can, I believe. I haven't upgraded that Asteroids game yet, so I haven't run into that yet. But I know that the GLTF stuff just changed to have an additional well-typed API. If you have 100 entities observing collisions and a collision occurs, do all entities trigger the observer? You have to fire the observer event yourself, is going to be my response to that. So it depends on whether you are firing the observer event or not. So this prints collisions. So really this player detection is not inherently what we want. We want feel like the construction will get weird if I start trying to store the parent ID. Nowadays, there's a way to configure multiple asset servers and you differentiate between them. Oh, interesting. I haven't gotten into that myself yet. Okay, EventReader collision started. So entered range is collision started. I guess this is every collision, though. And that's not really what I want. I want it filtered. Which I guess if we use the events, we really should be doing collision layers anyway. We can read this multiple times though, so maybe it's just not a concern. So collision contacts, contacts entity 1, entity 2. We need the entities that we care about. So what? Sensors with detect player? Entity colliding entity is parent? Yes. Query for entity with sensor with detect player. Is my syntax still wrong? Oh, yes, it is. There we go. Why am I not allowed to document that? That's weird. We'll find out in a second. Query sensors and then query player. And I'll exclude these, so without sensor. Actually not without sensor. Player collider. Right? So entities with player collider. And the thing that we are doing... Query player colliders. And I guess this... So we could do parent here, or we could do the player itself. I think parent is the right thing to do from that perspective. I think sensors are also on parent. Let's make a note here that parents aren't necessarily correct. Use ARI in future. I don't know that we need parent for both of them. I'm just writing it in. Anyway, not game related. Desktop app to view databases, but the info inside is very much 3D, and without a 3D view, the user cannot understand data. Yeah, that makes sense. It's very cool that Bevy supports doing non-game applications. Like they came out of the gate with I guess that's because Winit supports it, isn't it? They came out of the gate with the ability to have like a program only running if your mouse is over it. Okay, so for collision contacts, this is probably not in scope, right? I don't know what goes inside collision started. Where's collision started? Entity, perfect. Even better. Not a tuple. There we go. We don't need contacts. My brand. Collision, entity 1, entity 2, reader. Entities, whatever, started colliding. If they start colliding, we want to trigger an event, really. So this is going to be like commands.trigger what? Player detection event. Probably for a specific entity, right? .3D has so many applications beyond games. So we're going to trigger a player detection event. I think that this is going to be trigger targets. Or whatever it's called, trigger targets. Which is event and then the targets. Or I guess, what was the function signature there? Impl trigger target. Player detected event, I guess. Or I guess entity detected. Trying not to be too generic to write the first iteration of it. But I think we are going to move in the generic direction. Trigger on what? We need to trigger on some entity. So we're going to derive event, not component. Player detected event. Does it need to carry data? I don't know. When the collision is started with one of these sensors, we probably want what? This is going to be per entity anyway, so we don't need to send the entity that. So I guess this is going to be parent.get for the sensors. Oh, we didn't do the if. This is also one thing that is interesting. So we've got entity 1 and 2. We've got 2 queries. We have to figure out if they are involved. Which means I need to do both checks, if that makes sense. Like I need to check entity 1 and entity 2, but also entity 2 and entity 1. And I haven't found a good pattern for this. I ended up in other applications just rewriting the logic twice, which I don't love. So like, what do we do? If query sensors dot what? Get, I guess. Entity 1. It's something like this, right? Query player colliders. And then the implication here is that you can have 2 and 1 as well. And this is the logic that I don't know how to unify. And I end up just writing both of these if conditions every single time. So if query sensors entity 1 so we can do this instead, right? Like let, actually, because we're going to do it twice, do we want to do that? No. If let sum equals this, else if let sum again equals this, so this will be, I don't know, A and B, we'll call them for the moment. Duplicate the colliders, one for the trigger and one for the receiver. What do you mean by duplicate the colliders? Oh, these are all going to be option, aren't they? Did that change? Am I just losing it a little bit? So entity parent. So all of these are going to have entity and parent. This will be sensor first. I guess they'll both be sensor first. But it's basically like let sensor collider equals this, right? Except for the fact that they're, I guess it needs to be option, right? So else none. So this is some sensor player, and this is some sensor player. Let's not write these like this. This then is a tuple with some here. And this is just going to look really awkward, I feel like. And then this is like a block, basically. Anyway, let me finish my little mini refactor here so that I can actually save this and get it to equals if let, right? So this else is ambiguous, I feel like, in the syntax. A semicolon doesn't fix that, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, each entity would have two colliders. You mean duplicating them on the structure? I don't think duplicating the entity or the colliders themselves on the structure of the entities is what I want to do. This is literally just like the problem is I don't know in what order they come in. So I end up writing some logic that's vaguely like this. So let's do this instead. Let's not do this here. I don't know. I'm going to call this results for a second just to... Right, because this works. And this is exactly the same syntax that I had, except like let else and if let don't work in the same chain because there's an extra else there. And I don't know how to differentiate that syntactically. But this should be sensor player collider. I would love this little function here to just be wrapped up in something else. Like I would love if like the collision here includes both of these, if that makes sense. But yeah. Maybe an additional bracket. I tried an additional brace. I might not have put it in the right place, but this is fine. The only downside of this is like this is super verbose for no reason and hard to read. So I'll leave a comment that basically says get and collider in order if they match. An immediately called lambda expression. Yeah. I think that it's better just to separate it, honestly. I think that trying to work my way around syntax will probably just confuse anybody else that ever reads this. It already looks pretty bad, honestly. So we've got sensor and player collider. And these are both entity parent at the moment, which is good. What do we actually need to send here? The player itself should probably be notified, right? No. The parent entity of the sensor should be notified. So this is going to be sensor parent. We actually don't care about the sensor entity itself, which is funny. And then player collider, we don't care about, right? We could say like a detected event instead of a player detected event. And then this would be the player entity. So technically, this could be generic at some point. And what this does is triggers a you have walked into the range at which this thing will pick you up event. And this can be entity detected, right? Naming is, you know, one of the hardest problems in computer science, obviously. So trigger targets will trigger a detected event if the player gets inside of the sensor. In this case, we are only dealing with players, but theoretically, we could have anything here. And I don't know how I would want to generalize it yet, so I'm not going to generalize it yet. But this detected event needs to live in an observer on the thing that is detecting, right? And we're sending this to the sensor parent. So I guess the question is, do we care about the sensor data? Originating sensor? That sounds like such a terrible name. That's sensor entity, right? Source sensor, maybe? Sensor source? Okay, so we've got a detected event that came from some sensor that detected some entity. So our event, at least, is generic and we can reuse it for other purposes. In this system, we are only firing events for player collisions. We do have all of the events that are starting and stopping in sum total. So we could change this to be from detect player to detect entity or something like that. And then we would be able to fire off these events. And really what I want to be able to do is write logic around the detected event and lost event. Collision detected for. Yeah, maybe. Let's get rid of this print line. This works. Player detection. This is working for... This is the thing that inserts the entity. I am not quite going to get rid of this code. But we need the observer to apply that component, right? So entered range is going to run. It's going to eventually trigger a detected event on the sensor's parent, which is going to be the punching bag here. That is the wrong file to be in. The way that that will work could be via observers, which is what we're doing right now. I think that the observers is probably the right move. Because they will maintain the order in which they were called, I believe. But TBD. Observers are pretty new. Got a comment on one of my live streams from like 2 weeks ago about like, why am I using observers? And the why is because they're new and because using them allows me to figure out where they fall down. Right? Like if I overuse observers right now, then I will know when they are not the right thing to use in future releases. So player detection sensor, punching bag collider. This is the punching bag. This is our spawn. Theoretically, this would be the observe, which is, I think, the only awkward part about it. So this would be what? Trigger detect event. Why is trigger wrong? Is trigger not what that is? I thought that was trigger. Docs.rs, Bevy, observe on entity commands, observe. Obviously the mines example in the repo has this. Create an observer with into observer system. Let's go. Why not go check this out? Explode mine. Where's explode mine? Trigger explode. This looks right. Trigger explode, and then whatever else you need. Is it because it's a closure? Does it not accept closures? What is the issue? Maybe it doesn't work with closures. Yeah, something is wrong and I'm not sure why, unfortunately. Let's see. Let's check. What just happened here? Wait a second. Why is that? Oh, because I didn't run check. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's drag the punching bag in here and get rid of the sidebar. Let's look at detect events. Right, so detect event needs to be pub. These things need to be pub because we're going to use them. This needs to be brought in. I think it was literally the fact that it's the event isn't brought in. Detect id event. Let's call this entity detected event, maybe. We'll bring this in. But trigger is still weird. That is what that's supposed to be. So what is the issue? Ambiguous name. Do I have something else called trigger, don't I? Right, trigger. What am I having in the prelude in here? Avian prelude. Does Avian have a trigger? Nope. Oh, wait a second. I wonder if there was an old version of XPBD that named sensors triggers. Interesting. Says on 5. Okay, so if I get rid of the avian prelude, that means that I would need to bring in a bunch of stuff manually. Multiple glob imports. Unfortunately, it's not telling me what the multiple glob imports are. I think I'm just going to qualify it fully is what I'm going to do. I don't know where the other trigger is coming from. And it is not... being a great citizen and telling me... Oh, seldom state has trigger. Okay. What am I using seldom state here for? Is it just the state machine plugin? Let's qualify the state machine plugin. I don't think there is another usage of seldom state. Okay, seldom state has a trigger in it for whatever reason. So now we can go back down to trigger and just use it. Yeah, it's in the compiler error. I don't know why I wasn't reading it. It was obviously on screen, but for some reason my eyes were just glancing over it, you know? Yes, but not handle vec. It's seldom state had a trigger and Bevy prelude had a trigger, and I was glob importing both of them. I didn't need to glob import seldom state because I'm only adding the plugin in here. So I would rather have trigger work for this. Okay, so that's good. I don't know if I want to write this as a separate function or not. Because it'll work like this, like I was going to. Let's get rid of punching bag. Right? Info, triggered events. Probably doesn't implement debug because I am really great at thinking ahead. Okay, so this should kick off when we enter that sphere now. Relatable, yeah. You know, sometimes it's just, sometimes things are right in front of your face and you don't see them. So we should at least see, oh, I need to get rid of that other debug. Also, this is not added yet, so it's not actually running. Contains, there we go. And then we want this to run probably in the same... This might go in the collisions module. I haven't decided yet. If it gets generic enough, it'll just be like a set of behaviors that happen in reaction to collisions. So the question is, did it fire? Let's get the logs for seldom state out. At some point I'm going to need a debug feature, I guess, but not yet. Okay, so we get into this entity detected event fires. We get the sensor source entity, we get the entity detected entity. So this is working. And then what else do we need here? We need to add the other thing, right? So it needs to be mute commands. So the observers are running in a deferred world. And what that means is that we can't do structural mutation to the world. So I don't think that we can, whatchamacallit, we can't directly insert a component, for example. So we have to grab commands to do this, which will then get applied later, which is fine. And the thing that we need to do is insert the NPC following player. Let's get rid of the player detection system and run the game so that we know that this is no longer doing the detection for us. Do you stream to Twitch as well, or just YouTube? Just YouTube. I do not do multi-platform. I'm not interested in like being a streamer, if that makes sense. Like, my goal is to make better videos and more videos, and I just kind of enjoy streaming every once in a while. So correct, this event isn't happening. So yeah, I don't multi-stream because I have weird feelings about watching people multi-stream. Like, when people multi-stream, it never feels like they're engaged with the chat on one of the platforms or two of the platforms, you know? And I don't want to give off that vibe. I would rather have one platform, focus on that, and then talk to the people that come in. But my goal is also not to stream every day. Like, that's not... I'm video first, I'm not stream first. Streaming is just kind of something I enjoy doing. It's also useful because it gives people a chance to come in and ask questions. And I do a lot of educational content, so it's good to have things like that. What am I doing here? Entered range. So main. Guess NPC following player. So hopefully this causes it to follow the player now. And it does not. So why is that? Oh, commands.spawn, that's the wrong thing. Commands.entity, trigger dot what? Trigger.entity. Is that the right thing? Fair criticism. Been watching my videos since Bevy 0.11. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying them. But we need education. And by we, I mean me. I've got a observers video that I'm working on. Observers, hooks, and all the new APIs and stuff. So that'll be, I don't know. I'm hoping to get that out next week. We'll see. So we can't stop it from following us. Because we don't have the collision ended. But we are correctly responding to the entity detected event. I imagine that this gets larger over time, because we won't always just want to follow or just want to do whatever, you know? At some point, it'll be like entity detected and decide which state to be in. So I think this is smaller than I would normally write a function, I guess, but is a placeholder for more. So the other thing that we're going to have to do is observe the entity lost event. And obviously this is just like not written yet, so we're going to have to write that. And we can get rid of all of this specific player stuff. This is not a component, it's an event. I don't know why I'm doing that. So when you lose it, what do we do? I guess we only have the player right now, right? So there is no real need to be generic about it. So it could just be this. It does need to be an event. I will add debug to it. Entity detection lost event. I think I want... That's not how you spell correct. Let's see, entered range for this, right? And then we'll do exited range. And this will be the same logic, except for, where's our event reader? It'll be collision ended, which I think, maybe it doesn't have the same signature. Oh no, it needs to be the same name though. So I think all of that logic works just exactly the same. Entity detection lost event. And I guess we send the same information since we just have that information. Like, it's not going to necessarily be an issue for us if we send a little bit too much information. And we could always take it down later. So we have entered range and exited range. So theoretically, this should work. I didn't import it. The event over here. So now we can have any entity track the player and do whatever it wants to whenever it sees the player. In this case, we are doing a follow. So this random entity is like, oh, follow. And then maybe we dash away and we are no longer in range. And in this case, what that means is that the entity is just like, I don't know. He went around the corner, I guess. Nothing for me to do. The circle is very hard to get out of unless you spam dash. So I think gameplay mechanic wise, there will have to be some adjustments to speeds and whatnot. Let's see. So all we're really doing is we have two observers. The functions are called the observers, or the observer systems anyway. When each of these events is fired, either the player or entity has entered the sensor or left the sensor. We then get a trigger to do whatever we're going to do. In this case, we are just saying, hey, follow the player if it's in the circle. If it leaves the circle, stop following the player. Obviously, very simple logic. There will be more intense logic in the future. And then we've got our two events defined in here. We've got a detect player sensor or a detect player component as well. which goes on the sensor. So if you put down a sensor somewhere and it is a child of another entity and you put detect player on it, then it will detect when the player enters that sensor and trigger the event. Which actually, as an API, I'm pretty okay with. I'm pretty happy with that. Basically, we get to say, at some point this will happen. What do we do in response to it? And this is not a high volume event. So we don't need to write a system for it. That is, I guess we are technically writing systems here as well, but like we don't need to write an event reader system. And then we've got two systems for entered and exited range. They are specific to player and sensor right now. But I would like to change this to be not player related at some point. The code here looks really messy, but all we're doing is making sure that both of the entities are findable in different collections. So we've got a collection with all of the sensors from this query and a collection with all of the colliders that we want to detect whether they're in the sensor or not. So this code, while messy, is only doing, is the first one in sensors and the second one in colliders, or is the second one in sensor and the first one in colliders? And it's either true or false. So we are either some or none, at which point we can destructure. And if we have none, then we continue. And if we have what we expected, we trigger the target. So this is actually triggering the observer. We're sending this event with the sensor data and the entity that was detected alongside sending it to the thing that the sensor is on. So in whatever case, whatever we decide to do in the future, if it's like a stationary turret, the stationary turret gets the event, and the sensor, which is placed wherever to detect the player, gets the trigger. Same thing for exited range, exact same code, just sends a different event. And then we've got the NPC follow player system, which for these entities that, you know, we've gotten into the range of and have this component added, that's how they follow. I think that the lerp is too fast here, for sure. Delta seconds lerp factor. I have said it before, but I don't know that dashing is really even going to be in the game. I don't know that I really want dashing to be the mechanic. Okay, I like that a lot better. It's kind of like, it's hard to get away, but you can get away if you just keep running. Right? Like the player is ever so slightly faster. And like if you dash, you can get out immediately. And otherwise it's just kind of like chasing you. That makes a lot more sense, I think. And then this can be a generic follow entity system rather than the player specific system. I don't know if I want to have different behavior for following different things. But TBD. The capsule ran out of breath. Me and the capsule both, honestly. Let's drag the capsule through this thing. Yeah, the capsule doesn't have so the material I'm using to render the player, which is why it renders behind other things like the door frame and whatever. I am not using that sprite depth shader on the capsule currently. So that's why it doesn't go through that door. but it will go through that door. Okay, that's cool. We need to do collision layers at some point. I want to make these disappear when the health goes to 0. So let's do a commit. I didn't clean up all of my bigger files yet, so unfortunate, but let's see, .rs, GA crates, Ivy, source, entity can follow player. Okay, so the entities can follow the player. We can shoot at the entities to make them kind of like go away, but we don't have a trigger for that currently. All we're doing currently is updating the health bar materials. I think we can get rid of on add here. Health bar total observed damage is a global observer that updates health whenever something takes damage. I feel like this is going to end up being not this function, but that's fine. Take damage event doesn't have any context. Observed damage is global, so we don't have the entity it's fired on. I think that that's the most strenuous, might be the right word, thing about observers currently. Observers are entities, and you just spawn them in as normal. But the big difference, or not difference, but the big thing that is a little bit awkward is you have to spawn entities and they can only watch certain other entities, right? So you spawn an observer, it has a watch list, it watches those entities. If you then spawn new entities, you have to re-add them to the observer if you spawn it on an entity or whatnot. So it's a little awkward. But really what we need to do is fire like a zeroed out health, I guess, event if we go below, right? So we're observing all damage and we are subtracting here. I think we can go below 0 currently. Yeah. So health.current minus. So like if health.current is less than or equal to 0, right? I don't really want to call this die. I want to call this something else. I guess no health left would be an option. We could also just do it in here, right? So instead of this, we could do mute commands, and observe damage, right? The take damage event is somewhere in here. Apparently, Zalige is just going to take that output. So in main is where we fire it. Trigger targets. So we are triggering it for a specific entity, which is great, because that means that this trigger will have an entity. I guess it's target, right? Target. And this is one of the interesting things about observers as well, because they will just let you do recursion, and it's guaranteed to happen. Right, so we've got a no health left event, trigger targets. So if health goes below 0, we trigger the no health left event for some entity. I think that's probably a generic thing. So like, we don't specifically need to do this, right? Because we can just do this here. Why is the, oh, because I didn't entity it. So theoretically, that should cause a sufficiently hurt entity to despawn. And then I think in the future, we probably do some kind of event like this. Zalige is not happy with me again for some reason. Expected one of 8 possible tokens. Health 98. I just typed some random letters. That's not... Is that really it? My compiles were failing because I accidentally hit the keyboard. Whoops. Okay, so we've got this. We've got play. We have little fireballs or whatever. Those are terrible fireballs. Don't judge me. Oh, do these spawn outside now? Oh, no. Oh, no. The current game mechanics don't lend themselves to being... Okay, cool. So we've done damage. We did enough damage for it to disappear. I probably want another one to respawn after that, because it's, you know, a punching bag or whatever, but I don't think we can react to entities being despawned. Which is why we would want to run the no health event, right? Because in this case, we're just doing a despawn, but if we do the no health left event, and we go to our punching bag. And we add yet another observer. You can. Why am I blanking on that? What is the API for that? No health left, but no health left is not public, so it is public. What did no health left event. Can I do a full clone? That would be full. Health, etc. I think that's going to be the weird thing. This is going to be like a recursive observer registration if I do it like this. Oh, trigger on remove. Okay, that's why I didn't have it in my head. Wait, isn't on... No, on remove is for components, not entities. I wanted to listen to the entity being removed, not a component. Although I guess we could theoretically listen to components being removed as well, since they all get removed. I think that it makes sense to take all of this logic So one of the things that I've been doing that is interesting, that I don't know is a good idea, so don't don't follow my lead here, really. Spawn punching bag. Just to double that up, to be really clear, I do not know that this is a good idea. Spawn punching bag. This will be an event. Derive spawn punching bag event. Why did I write it like that? I'm losing it. Spawn punching bag event. And then we can take this stuff. Apparently that's no longer necessary. Cool. Take all this, right? And put it here. And now what we effectively have, where's that coming from? Oh, that was the wrong way to do that. Let me grab this full list. And then this goes here, and this needs to happen inside of this spawning area. And grid size comes from an arbitrary definition. We'll get rid of that commented out code because we clearly no longer need it. This grid size can come from a query. It just isn't right now. Okay, so now what we have is spawn punching bag, right? And we have app in here somewhere, right? substate, loading state, yada, yada, yada. What we have is the ability to observe spawn punching bag, which apparently doesn't take the trigger as the first argument. Spawn punching bag, trigger. We're not really using trigger right now. It doesn't really matter. Yada, yada, yada. Bring this back in, I guess. No health left event, right? This doesn't have commands in it. This needs to have commands in it. Trigger spawn punching bag event. Yeah, there's no way to act on a despawn directly, just components being removed. Yeah, I think so. I don't think I really need to know that. It was just the first thing that popped into my head, you know? So I don't see what the difference between despawning and removing all relevant components truly is. Well, it's the removal of the entity itself. Not that that's like functionally interesting or different, but that is what that means. Okay, so theoretically, I have to change the attacks. I have to do the artwork to make it so that we can change this attack, because this is one of the most hard to use attacks that I've ever seen. Okay, so we did that, right? And let's check round 2. So this should, when it is over, we just get a different one spawned. So what do we have? And to be clear, I want to be clear. I don't know if this is a good idea or not. This is just a pattern I've started using. Observe spawn punching bag, where spawn punching bag is effectively a custom command for spawning a new entity. And thus you don't have to write a custom command. You get to write a system that responds to an event. Thus, we effectively have solved the hierarchical bundle spawning problem by using an event, which we would then have to, you know, stick additional data into if we wanted to modify anything. But like, we've got a punching bag collider and a sensor and the parent component, and those all need to be in the right order and the right place, and they need to access the texture atlas and whatever. Yeah, so this is effectively systems as custom commands triggered by events. Yeah. How is this the appropriate usage of observers? I don't know. What do you... I don't know if that's a serious question or not. And just to be clear, I'm not saying it's appropriate. I'm just saying it works. And I actually... So, on some level, I do feel like this is a better way to write custom commands. But I do not... How do I phrase this? This works. It is a better experience than writing custom commands, right? Because a custom command Let's see if I can find one. I know that I have one on, what was it called? I have one in Snake. So if I look at the Bevy 0.13 version of Snake in source, in I think board is where I put it, not the file, or not the folder, the file. So a custom command, right, is a struct, just like the event, and you impl command for that struct. And then you get mutable world access to do whatever you're going to do, right? And this runs when the command queue gets filled, or not filled, but processed, right? So effectively what we're doing here is setting up a command to run later at a sync point. We're getting mutable world access, and then we are doing things with that mutable world access, right? That does mean that we do have to use things like world get resource, and like these more custom, not custom, custom's the wrong word, but non-system based APIs for doing things. Whereas in the entire rest of the application, if you're not doing custom commands, you're not using world.getResource and stuff like that, right? But with observers, this has almost become like second class compared to observers. So if we have a spawn snake segment event, which is the same thing as the struct, right? And we command trigger instead of command spawn, then we can trigger this event, which the observer immediately is a loose word, responds to. And like the same thing happens, right? So I am going to be clear in the sense that like, I don't know that this is going to be a widely used pattern, or if the Bevy project thinks this is a good idea, but I've been replacing these commands with just global observers. And it allows me to write a regular system just like everything else, rather than code that looks a little bit special, if that makes sense. I'm sure that there's a reason to write a custom command with immediate mutable world access. Because remember, observers have deferred world access. But are observers just the way to make event handling systems now? What happened to EventReader? EventReader still exists. EventReader and EventReader based systems are better for high parallelism and batch processing. So if I was going to spawn, I don't know, at least 2 punching bags every frame, I think an event reader system would be a better approach, right? Because this punching bag spawns like once every couple hundred to couple thousand to more frames, I think the observer makes more sense. Why not just write a system in what sense? You mean for the event reading? So event readers are, as I'm sure you're aware, relative to event senders, right? So if you write a very basic Bevy app, and at the beginning of the frame, you're always writing events, and at the end of the frame, you're always reading events, everything happens inside of one frame and you're good. If an event comes in after your reader happens, it can fall through to the next frame. So there's a sense of like event readers are, have, I'll call it higher latency than observers. Observers are guaranteed to run when you call them, if that makes sense. It's not exactly when you call them, because when you call commands.trigger, Like it doesn't stop your system execution. Like if I put info here and info here, both of those infos would run, and then you would see debugs from the trigger. But it happens like immediately after your systems stop, if that makes sense. So events, event readers, better for high parallelism, better for things that happen like significantly more often. You know, I know you have that spatial index crate. So if you were doing something like the like Vampire Survivors or whatever, where things are just all over the place, and like handling bullets, for example, or projectiles from those enemies, I would imagine that that's better as an event reader. But if I'm talking about, you know, the slow gameplay of I am firing 10 of these, you know, result in a capsule death, and then I need to spawn another one. Like then it happens when I call it, not when the event system runs. I will say that it is not clear to me exactly how far the unification will go. Because right now, really, the only difference in events is that's the other thing too, right? There's a lot of very, very, very closely related concepts. And my understanding is that you can think of observers as one-shot systems. But they are one-shot systems that you don't need to store the ID to. To be clear, they are not one-shot systems. But you can think of them as one-shot systems that you don't need to construct, add, and then like get the ID for. Why can observers even do this? Thought they were for component changes, not for events. So there are two concepts. One is hooks and one is observers. Actually, I have my hooks demo sitting on another desktop here. Let's just look at this because this is my in progress hooks video. So hooks have a limited amount of events. So component hooks are now things you can register either at this level or on the world level, and they will handle on add, on insert, and on remove. There is one additional event that is currently being like PR'd, which is on reinsert. But basically the TLDR here is you get on add when it's added for the first time, on insert anytime .insert is called, so including on the first time and on any further insert, and then on remove when it gets removed. These are lighter weight than observers, and it's all good. I need to explain this for the video anyway, so I'll practice my explanation. Component hooks are less overhead, although you probably won't see the overhead anyway, but they're less overhead because they don't need to account for user custom events, right? Effectively. So you get on add, on insert, on remove. Component hooks always run first. So if you have a lineup that is like hooks and observers and events, it'll go in the order of the hook will run, the observer will run, the events will run probably later. This seems to be like it's going to be a restricted set of events for the purpose of optimizing these. Is there an on-changed hook? There is not. There's no, you cannot do mutation and then react to it in a hook currently. There is the systems where you can have a changed filter or a changed query. which is still the way to do change management. Hooks specifically are meant for invariants, right? So component hooks with that spatial index crate that you have, for example, an on-add hook would let you add it to the spatial index, and then an on-remove would let you remove it. So whenever something got spawned in or spawned out, or the component got added or removed, you would be able to add it to or remove it from that spatial index. Now, this is great, but it obviously brings up the, okay, well, there's an on add and on insert and on remove. What about custom events? Like, I have things in my app that happen. How do I deal with those? And that is observers. So I would say hooks came and they got their PR, and then observers came and got their PR. And hooks are basically like locked in specific event observers that run before observers. Observers then are general events. The way they describe it in the blog post is push versus pull. So event readers are pull. They're pulling events off the queue to process them whenever that system is scheduled to run. Observers are push. Like, you're saying, do this, and then it goes and does this at the next sync point. So was I wrong in assuming that observers were a newer thing for on-changed? There is no on-change event for observers currently, as far as I'm aware. I do not know if that is planned. But mutation of a component value is not something that a hook can respond to, and it's not an event for observers as far as I'm aware. The other gotcha for observers, right, because a changed is a filter, it's not an event. The other gotcha for observers is, oh man, am I going to blank on this? I had it in my head a second ago. Right. So if you do commands.trigger, right, trigger is the way you trigger observers. And send is the way you send events, right? If you create an event, like you derive event on a struct, that is an event. If you send it with send, observers will not see it. If you trigger it with trigger, event readers will not see it. So the underlying like events structure, the way these are processed, is in two different places, even though the event derive is on the same struct. I don't know if that's going to be rectified in the future. Unclear. I am not aware of observers being able to respond to changing data. And I think actually, when I think about that idea, right? Like when a component changes, do something, that sounds a lot more like a running system to me. Like a system that runs every frame, it checks whether something has changed and then does something as a result. So there are a whole bunch of ways to do like events or responding to changes and things like that. They call a bunch of them out in the observers section of the release. So they call it buffered events, which is the event reader, event writer kind of stuff, right? The other thing is like those events are dropped after 2 frames. Observers don't persist across frames. Change detection via added and changed. So this is what we were talking about with how do you figure out whether a component value has changed or not. This is still the way to do that. I think removed components still exists, but is going to get removed now that observers are in. And they consider all of those pull style. So your system is running, it's looking for the changes and then deciding to do something. They go over some of the issues and specifically the delay and the ordering. I think that's it. Does that make sense? But as you said, observers bypass the ordering delay issue, which I had hoped to get out of observers. Yes, they bypass the ordering delay issue. Basically, when you want this to happen, it happens. And as long as you're not doing bajillions of events per frame, then you're fine doing observers, as far as I'm aware. So that brings us back to, you know, this weird pattern, right? Where spawn punching bag is like technically a custom command, right? But it is being triggered by observers because they have this behavior of basically running immediately, right? When I say trigger spawn punching bag event, it spawns a punching bag using the observer, which has all of the extra data and anything that I wanted to query, etc. Yeah, you hope to get that bypassing of ordering issues for the component modifications. Yeah. I don't know what the plans are for component value changes. That's what I was going to look up here. Observer change. Bubbling observers is something I'm really looking forward to. Events don't currently bubble, but there's a PR open for bubbling that up to the parents. More and more events are going to get observer 4513. Let's check out what 4513 is. 4513. Look up entities by the value of their components. I see you right there. Is there any comment here? You're the last comment from from your spatial index crate. I started looking at this the other day because I was curious to know, because you had updated it to 0.14, if you had used observers or hooks in here. And I noticed that you hadn't yet. I haven't done enough reading of the code to understand how you're maintaining the structure. But I did want to look into that. Let's see. February. Entity markers. Also the interesting thing about inserts being triggers and not the value changes is that we're going to have on add, on insert, and on replaced. And on insert, like add, insert, replaced, and removed is everything but ongoing value updates. This looks like it's going to make it in. I don't know exactly if it's ready to merge yet or whatever. I think Alice is on vacation this week after the release, which makes total sense. But it looks like this is going to make it in. And then, like, my open question is, what do we do with that kind of change detection? Apparently you thought that was the goal. I think observers are in a first release state right now. Observers are, in my opinion, such a fundamental change that all of the ways that we have of doing things are going to be, in some sense, rebuilt on observers. on a broad spectrum. I don't know how true that is for everything, but my view of observers is that it made it into 0.14, but it will take at least one, maybe two more releases for it to actually propagate out into all places it's going to be usable. So what we're seeing right now is basically the barest bones implementation of observers that we could have in Bevy. And also you plan to rework the spatial index entirely? Yeah, fair. To be fair, you probably wouldn't have used observers anyway for this because there may be hundreds of thousands of entities moving every frame. I would wonder about the benchmark, is all I'll say. Because you would then have to touch every changed entity anyway, right? Like you're not able to do any batching. You could do parallelism, right? You could par iter or whatever over all of the changes, but you wouldn't be able to skip anything. You still have to touch all of them, right? I would be interested. I think you're right, but I would be interested in seeing. I wonder if thousands of entities or hundreds of thousands of entities triggers the like overhead or not. And if it does, how much it would be. But yeah, anyway, that's a whole bunch of stuff about observers. I don't think there's any mention of change. Deprecate remove components, queries as entities, just everything, the entitization of everything. Trigger bubbling, that is something that is currently in a PR. All kinds of other inbuilt trigger types, that makes total sense. I don't know if this includes component value changes. Yeah, but you can do it in a type loop now instead of individual function calls. Yeah, totally. 100%. I think you're absolutely right about probably using events or event readers anyway. Is there a good GitHub repository of Rust projects for beginners? Not really. What level are you looking for, Steve? Like, are you looking like language level stuff? Or are you looking for like games? Or are you looking for whatever? If you're looking for language level stuff, Wrestlings is not bad. I think there are downsides to Wrestlings, but they aren't enough for me to not recommend it. And they just had a major version rev pretty recently. Also, the spatial grid I finally want to release soon. Doesn't even care about change. It's built to be rebuilt with all entities each frame. Interesting. That's cool. Steve, yeah, go for Wrestlings. I would start with Wrestlings if you've never worked or if you've never written anything. Right? Wrestlings is a series of exercises. I think they have solutions these days. They didn't used to have solutions, which was kind of annoying. But the idea is that there's basically, hopefully, some tests for all of them, and then like a thing that you have to write, and you can write it here and run it against the tests and see if it works and continue. I have a video going over version 5 of Wrestlings. I guess they're on version 6 now. A lot of the exercises stay the same between major versions, but I need to re-record that video for 6. I really need to. I need to change that fireball, like location, the collider. I can't hit anything. Turns out you can make a pretty good spatial grid simply by sorting with a key, and sorting even 100,000 elements is pretty damn fast. Nice. For games where most things move every frame, that's dope. That's awesome. I have a friend who's into like Vampire Survivor type things and would probably be interested in playing with that. I do want to check out the depth here. Okay, so this is open in browser. Center tile, depth values of the depth image should have values as an offset from this point. Yes, when it's applied, but not necessarily in the representation of the image. The way the image is currently written, 0 is close and 1 is far, and it's normalized to a tile size, which means that you can do 1 minus 0.5 and you can get a 0 to 1 value effectively of how deep it is. I think horizontally, I think your line is wrong here. Or it's just awkward to look at. I guess this value is, this would be a vertical line. If you're talking about it being 0, it would be a vertical line. Center in the tile, backsides. Backsides are not visible, so depth is not rendered. Yeah, of course. Is this overlapping? I can't tell whether this is talking about the same thing or a new thing going through the two of these. Since the top part of the cube is not any closer to the camera than the bottom, the values in the depth image is just an extrusion of the bottom. Yes, that is what this is, though. Like, it already works like that, right? With the values of 2.5, you mean? Yes, I agree with that. I don't think that having 2.5 here is terribly useful. Especially since if you are picking positions like that. Yeah, anyway. I think that stuff comes from the calculation. But what you're describing here, where it's this but extruded upward, that is what it is currently. That's how it works. There was another... Yeah, I think you're describing the way it already is, except you're using values from 2.5 to 2.5 instead of 0 to 1. So what I've done here is I have locked this to the tile size, and 0 would be here, and this is like 0.5, and then back there is like 1 or whatever. So that is the way it works currently, effectively. Gizmo the Collider, you want to see how bad it is? I already have a Gizmo on the Collider, honestly. It just isn't, is that big enough? It's like, if you think about it, like it should be on the line, right? Not on the ball. Because it's effectively coming out of the center of the character. That's the issue. $2520 is the first number divisible by 1 to 10. So like all of the numbers? Interesting. I did not know that. Run away. I can't even aim correctly. The other thing is like the control for the player is really awkward because if I do my keyboard, this is up on the controller and this is down on the controller, and I need to fix that. I need up to be straight up because otherwise people are not going to be able to play this game at all. Oh, it's like noon. Damn. Time flies. I think I'm comfortable with that for today. We did following, we did some observer stuff, we did respawns. I am very curious to know if Bevy ECS core people think that replacing commands with observers is valid. Oh no, that's what I didn't catch what you were responding to. Maybe the directional control. Yeah, the directional control is very weird currently. Because straight ahead is the projection. North is there for the isometric projection, so it is what it is. But the player control needs to change. Oh, you mean like observers and you think there's a few too many solutions to the same problem right now? To the control. Oh yeah, to the controls for sure. I mean, the controls are 100% an issue, right? Like, I actually don't know offhand. I think that for mouse and keyboard, this is the correct way to do it. I have to check that. But I think this is correct for mouse and keyboard. I think that for controller, once you pick up a controller, having way more axes of movement, you want it to be facing the way that you point. Yeah, observers, one-shots, commands, events, event readers, remove components, changed. Yes, exactly. And that's kind of what I was getting at when I was saying that I think 0.14 is the first iteration of observers, right? I think that what we're going to see is a whole ton of stuff shift to being built on observers. And that's going to be a whole bunch of events and a whole bunch of different things. And that's why I'm not too worried about like this pattern, for example. This feels weird in the sense that like you fire an event, right? Which is effectively the same thing as spawning in terms of when it will execute. And then you get this and you do your stuff in the system and whatever. And then like there's an observer down here that listens to the no health event and re-triggers the same event that it's actually in currently, which is kind of funny. And like you end up with a lot of observers. And in one of my tests for a different application, I have ended up with some patterns that look a little weird. Let's see, 2048. I have tests in 2048 that look weird, if I remember correctly. Trigger. Maybe it wasn't in this. Maybe it was in, no, it was in Snake. Uh, 14 tile map is really what I want. 14 tile map. Lib Snake, I think lib. This is just a reset system. Oh, that's not the right one. I want this one. I've ended up with some patterns like this, where this is reset game, right? And it queries some stuff, and like it's resetting the world to, you know, be the default for a new game, right? Despawning a bunch of stuff that might be there, whatever, spawning the default snake. But I've ended up with like trigger. And if a lot of things end up being a lot of different events, I don't know how this is gonna evolve. Again, this is kind of like one monolithic reset system, so this is the worst case scenario. And these run in order, right? So like commands.trigger will run, do whatever it needs to do. It will recurse into whatever observers it needs to recurse into, and then the next one goes, and the next one goes. So it is a state. You mean the reset? Or you mean like a transition into out of that state? Let's see, where are we? Main. So reset game. So one of the things that I did for Snake specifically, and thus is not ideal, is people don't like doing workshops with UI work. So people don't like doing menus and buttons and clicking and whatever and stuff like that. I've found that a lot of people who go through like the Snake workshop or the 2048 workshop or whatever will skip the UI work. So what I've done is that this only has effectively 2 states. I think there's actually 3. Where was this? But reset game fires when you enter the playing state. So I mean, like whether it's on exit, I wanted to keep the stuff when you were in playing. So when there's basically playing in menu, when you're playing, the snake is going around, you're eating apples. When the game ends, I want to leave the snake on the screen because it's nice to see and not immediately just destroy. So when you go back into the playing state is when the reset game happens before everything else happens. But it is a transition into the state. It is on enter game state playing. It is not like update. And like actually now we have state identity transitions, right? So this could actually be one state. Yeah. It's a reset system that runs on enter of the game state. I tend to have stuff like that too. Like the game menu will spawn when you enter the menu state, and then state scoped entities will despawn all of the menu stuff when you exit it. It is. That is what this is. So state scoped entities is what that is. So you do .enable state scoped entities with the game state that you want to, or the state value that you want to work with. And then I think I've pushed this up already. Maybe I haven't. I guess maybe I haven't. Maybe I left it in main. Maybe I didn't push it yet. That's possible. Assets control lib. Yeah. So when we spawn in like a button, since all the UI is a button, you put state scope game menu or game state menu, and then when you go out of the game state menu, it gets rid of everything. Then why despawn in the system? Oh, you mean like, okay, so the thing that's doing the reset is like resetting the score and like just doing like arbitrary stuff. Do state scoped entities not handle that? I don't know what you mean by that specifically. But TLDR, I am using state scoped for the menu. There's basically two states. There's menu and playing. When I think I actually broke the snake game currently, which is like sitting on one of these desktops. Where were we? There we were. So what happens is, let me go to, actually I posted this on Hackaderm. Let me go to my own profile if I can do that and click on this. Okay, so what's happening here is whenever you see the button up, it's in the menu state. And whenever you see the snake running around, it's in the playing state. The thing that I want to happen is, see the menu was up there, but the snake was still showing. The snake lives across multiple states. Right? So I could apply state scope to the snake segments, to the apples, to the tiles for the level, to everything, right? And that would work, but I specifically want the snake to like stay on screen after the game ends because I think that's interesting. And then when you start a new game is the time at which like all of that stuff gets cleaned up and respawned. Because the other thing that needs to happen is not just the cleanup of stuff, right? But the where's reset? Not just the cleanup of stuff, but the triggering of things that need to exist when the game starts, right? So yeah, I'm doing some despawn here. That could be state scope stuff. But there's also like, I need to set up the snake so that it starts in the right spot. I need to make sure that there's an apple there for the snake to eat that is not placed on one of these two. The colors are pretty hard to see. I can change that. I'll change that. That's fair. I was thinking like making the tiles grass, right? But if it's hard to see, then I've failed. I don't know, I'll tint it something. I'll make the tiles something else. I'll figure it out. That's good feedback though, thank you. Typically when people are doing the workshop, I tell them to choose whatever colors they want. But hello, welcome back. I did take a look at the depth stuff. I think maybe you weren't here when I did it though. But yeah, so I am curious to see how this kind of thing evolves, where like a bunch of things are observers and like multiple of them are getting triggered. The snake, make the snake darker. I could do that. I mean, there's So I'll change the default snake. One of the things that is in this workshop is like a whole bunch of snakes. Because at one point this was like a character select screen. But I got rid of the character select screen in the current version. Like the 0.14 version won't have the character select. The workshop is on rustadventure.dev. The 0.14 version is not up yet. So if you are looking for the 0.14 version, just wait a sec. This is work that I'm actively doing like this week. But this used to be part of a character selection screen. And because I removed the UI aspect of the workshop, I removed the character selection screen, but you can still pick whichever one of these you want. And I'm going to leave that in because I've already done the work for these. And it's a texture atlas anyway. So I'll just pick one of these that is like, I don't know, the narwhal or something as the default instead of the... all of the workshops alongside like a whole bunch of other code is available on the Rust Adventure GitHub organization. So if you're not looking for step-by-step videos, then the code just lives on GitHub and you can go check it out. So like the Bevy 0.14 tile map version of Snake lives right here and you can just go look at it. I think that that's very important to make it available for people. I understand that not everybody can afford to pay subscription fees for educational content, and I want to make stuff available as much as possible. The videos in particular are high touch and take a lot of effort, so I leave those behind the paywall. And then I leave all of the like written content and stuff, and the GitHub repos are all available. Cool. I think that is probably it for today. It's been like a 4-hour stream, so a little bit longer than usual even. I need to start putting out the Discord link more often. I'm really bad about doing that. This is the Discord if anybody wants to join. A bunch of people in chat are already in the Discord. I will be back next Saturday morning, as I usually am. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been wonderful, as always. And yeah, have a great rest of your weekend.